Great. Should be good to go. So I didn't stream yesterday. And the reason is mainly because I just didn't. The stuff yesterday was mostly cleanup stuff. And I don't know, like I should stream it because it's just, I did end up running into some stuff that I think is useful to just have out there. But some of this stuff is just so slow and boring. But yeah, anyway, so I had to migrate from, basically on Friday, I migrated from raw CSS to a thing called vanilla extract. That one. And I like vanilla extract. Like I liked the, like this is one of the things that the whatever thing recommended to me. I should have done a little bit more investigation to see what the alternatives are because there are a couple other libraries. And what I ended up running into was that vanilla extract doesn't play well with React Router in framework mode. So something I learned about, something I learned about yesterday, I've used React Router before. Apparently React Router required remix at some point. And they created a new mode for the router called framework mode. And framework mode for React Router is kind of like a lot more complicated version of React Router. They have these like library modes, which is kind of how it used to work. I mean, it is how it used to work. And the reason is because things like Next.js made it very easy for you to do things like static site generation and server-side rendering, because they would just give you a whole framework for doing everything. So if you did everything within Next.js, it was very easy to do these things like static site generation and the server-side rendering and a few other things, building. So anyways, I was using Vite because I just wanted something simple. I don't want server-side rendering right now. I don't want to have to manage a node server or anything like that. And I think Next has gotten pretty heavy, and it's pretty opinionated about how you have to do stuff. So I was kind of trying to avoid Next. So anyways, Vite seemed like the obvious thing. I added React Router to it. When I added React Router to it, that was in library mode. And then I realized this issue, which is, let's say we disable cache and we can disable JavaScript. So previously, if you tried to load, I like asked a question to Claude, the chat interface about the website, because I was thinking about some of the encryption stuff. And I didn't realize that Claude's web fetch like doesn't have browser. I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't have browser rendering at all. And so it won't handle any JavaScript, right? So it just sees the page as empty like this. And so I wanted to get static site generation enabled so that even when JavaScript is disabled, like it is here, we can still render the page so that I can ask Claude questions and it can just use web fetch and fetch the layout of the DOM. This also like makes the page load faster. I don't know how useful that is to end users really, because I mean the page loads in less than a few hundred milliseconds anyway. So yeah, I don't know that it matters that much for users really, static site generation. It is useful a little bit, but it's not. I think you should just make your page load fast, period, and not worry about static site generation too much as a general thing. But it is nice to be able to ask Claude questions about this. So anyway, I enabled static site generation. To do that requires React Router in framework mode. In framework mode, React Router basically takes over Vite and has to handle the build process and stuff, because now React Router is doing all of the management of your HTML, CSS, and JS files. And so once I did that, vanilla extract had some issues. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, this. So this person had an issue. It looks like it's closed, but it was basically that React Router is saying that vanilla extract needs to fix their issue. So vanilla extract is also a Vite plugin, or has a Vite plugin that you can use. And so the issue becomes React Router is trying to do stuff with the files, and vanilla extract is trying to do stuff with the files. and they're not putting the files in the right places or some. I don't know. I didn't look into this that much, but this issue's been open for about a year now, and that's just too long for me to deal with this. So ultimately, I ended up looking at Panda CSS, which has a very similar API to vanilla extract. A big difference with it is it has its own code gen step. So you can just run the code gen separately from Vite, and then it'll just generate the CSS files and put everything where it needs to go. And then Vite will take those and then use those for the actual page. And so this just allows me to separate them and run them in stages instead of vanilla extract, which is running as a Vite plugin. And again, it's just causing issues because they need to not interfere with each other. And here the Panda doesn't interfere with anything. Panda CSS doesn't interfere with anything because it does the code gen step, which just spits out some CSS files, and then Vite's just going to treat them as plain CSS files. So you can just do Panda as a step before Vite does anything. So yeah, that was a big thing yesterday, was migrating from migrating from vanilla extract to Panda, because we literally just migrated to vanilla extract the day before that. That's all fine. There was still some more stuff that had to be done anyway. Like, we hadn't fully migrated to Panda. There was still a lot of inline styles still. So then one thing I had to do this morning too is clean up the last inline styles and make all of the ESLint errors for inline styles blocking. The reason I want to block inline styles is just because when I open up the page, we still have JavaScript disabled, which is fine. I don't like having like styles here that are overriding the classes. And on top of that, when you want to like make any modifications or try to target these with any sort of browser tools, it becomes a lot harder when you don't have class names on them. And I don't know if the class names are more performant or less performant necessarily, but I just like having a consistent way to do it, so that I don't end up with styles all over the place. Sometimes this is, like, when people are writing all the code, I think maybe you let them use their judgment more, because they'll probably do more reasonable things. The issue with the LLMs is that you really want to hold the reins pretty tightly around them. Otherwise, you're just going to end up with a huge mess of code. And what was happening here was I was ending up with this is why I had to start doing the design system and stuff, was because you end up with just a ton of code, which is duplicated everywhere. And, in the older days, before the LLMs, people would be like, oh, who cares if you duplicate code? Like, just duplicate it, Which, sure, but a human can't duplicate on the rate that an LLM can. So, and the issue with the LLMs is that they lose context the more duplicate code they have to read. And so that was just becoming a huge issue too. And inconsistency just everywhere in such a small app already. So anyway, yeah, that was some of the stuff yesterday. The other big thing I was working on yesterday was getting these animations really tight, with no glitches or anything. And that's done now. But I messed around with page view transitions, which is a browser API that came out a few years ago. And it was terrible to deal with. Basically, this animation is what I wanted. This was kind of working, but I was having some little glitches with React unmounting stuff. I don't know what the issue was, but so I was exploring page view transitions as an alternative, because page view transitions will take a not a screenshot, but like a snapshot of the DOM and then use that for the animations. And so while React's unmounting stuff, you don't have a risk that like some stuff gets unmounted before others or anything like that. But yeah, the page view transitions, the issue with them is that you assign like names to each thing, and then page view transitions will, is that what they're called? It's just called the view transition API. The view transition API, view transitions, they'll try to move whatever has the same name to the same place in the next page. Like, so if the next page has a thing with that name, and the previous page has a thing with that name, it'll try to just like morph them together. And yeah, basically like this animation is all I wanted to do. And this is extremely hard to do with the view transition API, because the view transition API is going to try to scroll the page up and stuff. And so what was happening is like this whole thing was scrolling up before the transition happened or while the transition happened. So instead of just this kind of like this sort of effect, it wasn't doing it. It was like, because you can see here we're scrolled down, and so on the next page we're not scrolled down, and so at some point you have to basically blink the page, and that blinking is happening here, but it happens so fast that you don't even see it, which is what I want. But with the view transition API, it's like trying to transition that entire point. And so you can blink it out first and stuff, but ultimately you have to disable all these crossfading transitions that it enables by default too, because it's not really, it's like you opt into the view transition API and then all of a sudden it starts animating everything. Then you're having to disable animations on everything. And then you have to deal with all these names, basically, like you can't use the same name on both pages, otherwise it's going to try to transition them into each other. So yeah, just a huge mess, like way harder than it should be to do something simple like this. Although maybe you're supposed to just use CSS animations if this is what you want to do. But yeah, I don't know when I would ever use the view transition API at this point. It reminds me a lot of Shadow DOM. When Shadow DOM was created, where it like sounded good and it was just like really overthought, and React is just better for most things. Home Assistant makes a big use of Shadow DOM, and I hate it. The Shadow DOM, the idea with it is like you can have this sort of encapsulated JS and CSS, but now they're encapsulated, which makes them impossible to deal with to have any sort of cohesive app. And that's why, like with Home Assistant, everything just looks completely freaking different, which is not what you want for any sort of thing. Like they could have just provided, say, a React API, like a React interface or something that components could hook into, or different things like that. I don't know. To some degree, the Shadow DOM helps with when you render the person's code inside there. I think it's sandboxed to some degree. Like it can't access things outside of its little sandbox. So it's kind of like an iframe in that capacity. But man, I don't like Home Assistant. Oh, one other thing we were doing this morning was some of the padding stuff. It looks like this got broken. Yeah, this should have padding and it didn't work. Let's investigate. So that's kind of the game today, is cleaning up some more stuff. I'm really trying to get this to be solid so I can go back to doing something else. I spent some time thinking about end-to-end encryption for this, and it's very difficult. It's going to require a lot of thinking. I got to come up with a plan to do some kind of rollout. Because I don't think there's a world where I build both like a public version where you can have large public groups and an end-to-end encrypted version. I actually mainly want the small group end-to-end encrypted version. So maybe I'll do that first, but that also is much harder to do. So we'll see. Yeah, I want the small end-to-end encrypted group version because I want people to be able to have groups that they can communicate with, but they don't have to worry about like what if the data is leaked, or what if, you know, someone joins the group later. Like I just want you to be able to talk to people and be yourself and not have to think about that at all. And maybe most people don't think about it, but I think they do a little bit in the back of their. I mean, it's like when you have an Amazon Alexa, it's something, you know, sitting there, you think about it. And in other countries, obviously you think about this much more if you're in China or Russia or things like that. Like, I'd like to just have a platform where you don't have to be conscious of like, is the government listening to you? If the company gets hacked, is all your data public at that point? Because I see people all the time say stuff to me where I'm like, you definitely would not want that to be public, and you're doing it on a platform that is, if they get hacked or anything, none of their stuff is encrypted. So, you know, yeah, people don't think about it. They will, the more companies get hacked and governments come out and stuff. Like one thing I think people don't even realize today is that the Trump administration is going after immigrants, you know, whatever, illegal immigrants. And they're like just going into the street and Home Depots and stuff. But if the NSA, I assume, has most of the information from Facebook and the various platforms, they could very easily find every illegal immigrant they wanted. And if they just didn't go after like families like they've been doing, there would be much less pushback, and it'd be worse. I mean, it'd be essentially like, you know, I mean, they're sending people to, I don't know, it's not really a political stream, but my point is mainly that they're disappearing people without trials or anything like that, which is crazy. Not even sending them back to their own country, they're just sending them back to other countries. And that is like a pretty crazy thing. And so if they just weren't doing that to families, if they were only doing it to, say, like adult men, I don't think there'd be nearly as much pushback, and they could very easily target all of those people specifically initially, using the social media platforms that are completely unencrypted. So yeah, Trump administration mostly incompetent, so they don't realize to do that. But yeah, it's pretty scary to think if they did realize that, what they would be able to do today. And so once people are aware of that type of thing, I think they'll want end-to-end encrypted platforms more. And these things I think are hard to build, but I think that they really have a lot of staying power, because Facebook can't add that retroactively. Like, they added end-to-end encryption for chats, and it's just really poorly. Like, do you trust it? Like, I wonder if the people who run Facebook and Twitter even trust, X. Do they even trust the end-to-end encryption really? I imagine they still use Signal when they actually need to really communicate privately, because you can't trust the engineers you hire to actually implement these things perfectly correctly, and that the data doesn't get leaked and stuff. So anyway, that's why I care more about end-to-end encryption. I just want to be able to communicate with small groups of people. I don't need to be in big groups. Discord and Reddit already handle big groups pretty well, big public groups. And so that may be the path I go. But yeah, I do think that's less attractive of a initial proposition. I think most people would prefer to be able to join public groups and their little private groups. But I don't think that's viable. The reason is because the public groups, they require a whole separate type of setup with databases and stuff than the private groups. And the private groups require really a lot of attention to do well, to be able to have an interface like this, where people can see all their posts and have history stored in some capacity. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go for. That's the thing I care about. That's the thing I'd like to see exist in the world, is the end-to-end encrypted private group. So that's what I'll work towards. And we'll see. I need to do this faster, because it's not run out of time. Let's take a look at this. We just updated all our padding to be consistent. So P 2.5, 4.5. Yeah. Go here. This type of thing isn't working right now. Oh, frick. Frickin' Claude Code. I pasted and I just didn't paste. So here it's trying to use like a Tailwind style setup. I don't think the issue is just the decimals. I think it's the Is it possible to use shorthand? Also, does Tailwind support 4.5 and stuff?
I explained that Panda CSS shorthand requires array syntax rather than space-separated strings. Clarified that Tailwind only supports half-step values up to 3.5, and that any 4.5 values should be removed or rounded. And I asked whether you prefer using array syntax or explicit padding Y and padding X properties. and whether the 4.5 usages should be rounded down to 4, 16 pixels, or up to 5, 20 pixels.
Can you find every place that we're doing that shorthand and fix it and fix them as well as those? Okay. Gotta fix some of this stuff. I mean, it's just, I literally just told it to do this and it implemented all this and it did it wrong. Like it wouldn't even work. Its own code that it just wrote. Basically, Tailwind has these padding values you can use. So you can set a spacing, and then the spacing is 4 pixels in this case. So half would be 2 pixels, 1 would be 4 pixels, 1.5 would be 6, up to 3.5, and then it starts only doing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But when the Claude Code wrote this code, it used 4.5 in some places, which it didn't define 4.5. We should just round 4.5 to either 4 or 5. That's kind of the point of not having the half values above that, is because they're just kind of, these padding values are somewhat arbitrary, and like maybe you need exact, but it's unlikely you need exactly the half values. At that point, you might as well just let people pick specific pixel values. Sometimes you want to do specific pixel values, but often your whole UI will look more consistent if you use kind of fixed increments. Otherwise, you end up with stuff like not aligning in weird ways where it looks unintentional. One thing I'm not a huge fan of is when I click home, it takes 200 milliseconds or so to load home. The other ones don't. The other ones are basically instant. I looked into this, and the reason for this is just the JavaScript rendering. It's annoying. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. And it's because I'm loading, I don't know, 50 posts here or so. And in a normal app, you would load 20 or something, and then you would incrementally load more. So I can fix that. In production, it's like 30 milliseconds. So part of that is just the code itself, but the code itself needs to get reduced. We need to disable some debugging stuff, and but nope. Things keep flashing. Weird. Oh. Why does that keep flashing? I think it's just because it's updating stuff. Close this and open it. Okay, so supposedly everything's fixed now. But you'll see here that some stuff doesn't look as good as it did before. Like this.
I edited several TypeScript style files, converting shorthand padding strings to array syntax, and removing an unsupported token from the Panda configuration. Then I ran the build command and confirmed it passed. I explained that the Tailwind compatible spacing tokens now include only half values up to 3.5, a range of whole values, and semantic size names.
It added this SM. This is in the event card. No, where is this in? Yeah, the event card. Photo. Multi-image badge. What is that used for? Hmm. Not there. Seeing this on the one of the event buttons. Where is that coming from? Let's see if there's anything else. Guess that looks first. Definitely that. Can you check Panda in context 7 and see if there's no way to do shorthand?
I explained that Panda CSS does not have a CSS like shorthand for vertical and horizontal padding using tokens, and that the recommended approach is to use axis utilities like pi and px or individual side utilities. I also clarified that array syntax is only for responsive breakpoints, not for combining vertical and horizontal values, and offered to convert any existing array syntax to the appropriate pi/px format.
One thing I want to do today is figure out a remote setup for accessing my MacBook so that I could program from the Sauna. Got a new Logitech keyboard, a trackpad. So I figure I can bring that into the Sauna, and then I could just have a tablet or something outside. And then if I get around to it, I could even mount the tablet outside the glass door. Like, that just have this inside. This is like 20 bucks, so yeah, be fine for a bit. Open this up. Keyboard. It's not the biggest keyboard, but it'll do. It's pretty compact, but fun. 25 bucks. So now I have an iPad. I also have an old, not old, but cheap Android tablet. I think the cheap Android tablet will work fine if I can just get VNC working. I tried to get this working the other day, and it's stuff on keyboard. Got it. Got some stickers. I tried to get it working the other day, and I was having issues, and I think it's because of IPv6, but I'm not totally sure. Is all our padding fixed? Yeah, that looks better. Much better. Nice. Interesting. Let's see if I do.
I updated the postcard TypeScript, group chat panel TypeScript, and profile dropdown TypeScript style files to replace all padding arrays with separate pi and px properties. And then I ran the build to verify that everything compiles successfully.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good. I'll deploy this in a minute. There's so many like little things. For example, the posted time there shifts based on the card. This is what I was saying about inconsistencies. This needs to just be in the same spot every place, and I'll have it fix that. But now that I have all the design system and I have all of these cards, that's a pretty trivial thing to fix. You don't have to go to 5 different places to fix it. Yeah, it's feeling really good. Just the animations and the stuff. I played around with the animations so much yesterday, and this it feels the best. And I debate if no animations is better, but I played around with no animation, and it didn't feel as good. You want like a very fast animation, which is what this is. It's like 200 milliseconds or something. So you click, and then the page immediately unloads, and then 200 milliseconds of easing into the slide up. And then what's really special, I think it wouldn't feel nearly as good if I didn't have the slide down when you go back. So it kind of feels like the post is sliding in to the position and then sliding back to the position. Without that, it does not feel very good. Like if it's always just sliding down or if it's always sliding up, it feels much worse. To the point where I potentially would just not use them at all. It's interesting how they don't. Slide up if you're on the same page. Oh. Gotta think about that. I kind of like that, I think. Oh. I have no idea why that's happening right now. Basically, the animation only happens the first time you go to the groups page. And then when you go to a different groups page, it's a little bit unusual. But I made so many changes to how this works, and interesting. I think it's possible that React is changing these in place, which is the same reason that when these cards over here don't slide in. Huh. Yeah, I'll refine that a little bit. Not the biggest deal right now. Relax. And so the back button is fucked up. Okay, I know. Relax. The back button not rendering when I click on a post on home. Back button. Group button. The back button takes me home instead of group. Display. As soon as I click back, then the group button appears for a split second before the page changes. It seems like we should only evaluate whether to show. And figure out why it's not showing. The stuff like this where you need it to work, like if I had programmed this, there would just I wouldn't have to have this back and forth. Like I didn't program it, and now I have to have it back and forth. And it does raise a question for smaller stuff like this. Do you even save any time, really? I'm not sure. But I do think it's motivating to just, because it helps you just get something done without feeling super committed to it. Or you can do stuff, more stuff. And then there's some things that they're just substantially fast. Previous path is being updated and use layout effect. Yep, that looks good. Basically, we want this to show up only if...
I read the navigation context TypeScript file, edited the comment, and the provider to compute previous path synchronously during render instead of using a ref, and then verified the changes. I explained that this prevents stale values and ensures the group link appears correctly when navigating from home.
Color as the background. The button. You're all over everything.
I read the post detail page TypeScript file and the groups data TypeScript file. Then I edited the post detail page TypeScript file to add an inline
Like
style that sets the group link button's background to the group's color using getColor. I explained that this style overrides the CSS fallback and that getColor adjusts the color appropriately for light and dark modes.
I wonder why it didn't work this one time. One of the ones I clicked, it was still gray. Maybe it was just cached. Yep, that one. The button seems to be different with the different post types. Didn't the group link header thing here be own component or something? Need to implement this in the design system. Yeah. This is wrong. The color's wrong. This is messed up. Implement chat in design system. Here. All three pages have the same previous path. Show group link. Yep, that is what you do. Maybe it's what I do, I don't know. Maybe it's a user problem. Sure. Okay, we gotta fix some of this inconsistency. It drives me absolutely nuts. This is different than this. This is different on the photo page. This 5 minutes ago, we should have this always in the top right or the bottom. It needs to just be in a consistent place. Right now, it's all over the place. It's absolutely crazy. I think it should always be in the top right. I need to clean up some of these before I consistency of the posted at time in top right comments. Consistence of the art comment buttons and locations across Comments. Fix those.
I edited the photo post page TypeScript file, replacing the container class syntax and inserting the shared detail page header component, and I read the post detail page TypeScript file to confirm the imports. I explained that the refactoring is complete. All 3 detail pages now use the shared detail page header component, which handles back navigation, conditional group link display, and includes the data header context attribute for styling.
The photo post has some kind of additional margin above it. Yep. This one has. It's 48 pixels with 16 pixel margin. And this one is 32 pixels. They should all be the same size. The photo one appears 48 pixels. Then checked. Want them. What was I just looking at? Tags. Yeah, tags is not using the same layout. Clear. Groups. Tags.
I read the detail page header TypeScript
is not
file,
using
then
the
edited the back
same
button style
layout
to add a height of 32 pixels and changed the padding to horizontal only values. I applied the same height adjustment to the other button, ensuring both buttons now have an explicit 32 pixel height and consistent sizing across all pages.
What is this page called? We call events. Why was it different in the 2 pages?
I explained that the current tags page duplicates the group header, tab navigation, and CSS, and should be refactored into a tags view TypeScript component placed in src/components/views/tags view, with group page rendering it when the active tab is tags and the root updated accordingly. Would you like me to refactor tags page into a tags view component? I explained that the shared detail page header component should keep button styles identical, but differences could arise from a stale build, different button types on the photo post page, or parent container flex styles, and I added an explicit height of 32 pixels to guarantee consistent button size.
Can you undo that change? it doesn't fix the issue, then you can look at look at
updated group page to import and render it when the tags tab is active, modified the routing to point the tags path to group page, and deleted the old tags page file. I then ran the TypeScript type check and confirmed there were no new tags related errors.
Nice. Shouldn't have we don't have to duplicate it, right? Right now, I was just trying to duplicate this margin on every single page. That's the entire point of switching to the detail page header component, so we don't have to duplicate the style on every single page. Crazy. 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 No deer today, mister. Oh! Okay. All right. Feeling pretty good. Some more of this consistency fixed up. I'd really like to get these rendering in the background of the page, so that even when the page is loading or anything, like say when you first visit the page, you see those as part of the background initially, so they don't just like appear because like we wait for the fonts to load, and that generally those are going to be cached. It is a nice effect to just render the shapes. It's pretty minor thing though, all things considered, because like I said, almost no one's ever going to see that, and you make the page load so fast that it doesn't really matter.
The detail page header TypeScript JSX component to add a style attribute that applies justification only when children are present. I updated the photo post page TypeScript JSX file to pass the post counter as children to detail page header and remove the unused header style from its style definitions. I explained that this lets the header include the margin internally and display right side content without an extra wrapper, fixing the height issue.
Oh, I see. If we go here, that's cool. Doo-doo. I think the back button is working properly now. Yep. We need to fix the group link button to show to so that if you use the back navigation, if you use the browser back, that we don't treat the previous page as the feature, which is as the last page, because the back button is going to pop, meaning that the last page was, is not active.
edited the navigation context TypeScript file to rename the session storage keys, remove an unused reference, initialize state from session storage, persist the back path, and change the provider value to use back path instead of previous path. I also updated the detail page header TypeScript component to align with the new back path usage and verified that all previous path references were removed. I explained that the rename to back path more accurately reflects navigation behavior and added a history path map that is stored in session storage to track the correct previous entry in the browser history stack.
So that's fixed. I could clear this session. Yeah, in the animation. Question. Why don't the animation play when we go from group to group or group events, photos? The warning.
I explained that React Router Re uses the same component when navigating between routes with different parameters, so my page animate component keeps the initial direction, because useState only captures it on the first mount. I suggested adding a key prop, such as the group handle or a combination of handle and event ID, to force a remount and capture the new direction, while noting that the existing behavior may actually feel better for intra-group navigation.
Fast refresh only works when a file. Run ESLint. Yeah, breakdown. Yeah. Good. Thinking. They should. Errors. If there's something acceptable to us, then can add a lint. You know, front end. Hope so. Happy.groups.
I explained that there are 4 lint errors, 2 from design system /no inline styles in detail page header TypeScript JSX, and 1 from at TypeScript testlint /no explicit any in form elements TypeScript JSX, and 159 warnings across several rules, recommending that we fix the errors and the 2 real bugs flagged by React Hook's exhaustive depths while disabling the noisy rules React refresh only export components, design system no duplicate styles, and design system suggest design component for dev pages or entirely. I asked whether you would like me to fix the errors and warnings, update the ESLint configuration, or do both.
We may already have system.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Ask it to make it consistent. It's still inconsistent. It's using a pill here instead of the same sort of styling there. Maybe that's okay. Let's just talk. Let's see. ESLint error. Fast refresh. If you update some React components on disk, the bundler will now update only the impacted parts of your page without a full page reload.
Permission requested. Command to start dev server and verify build works.
It works. The server is already running at 5.1. You didn't update all the variation of look at those and including using or if we go ahead and fix the issues. One, disable it. Two.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Use Frontend. Execute. Make a plan.
Permission requested. Execute ESLint cleanup plan.
Back on. Click. right sidebar. The list item renders as a button.
I examined the right sidebar and list item components and identified that the black border appears because the list item renders as a button without focus outline styling, while the global reset only removed outlines for focus. I explained that browsers use focus visible to show focus rings, which wasn't being reset. I then updated the Panda configuration file to include input, focus visible and button, focus visible in the rule that removes outlines.
I still see it on mouse
Permission requested.
down,
Run ESLint check
then
using
it goes
PNPM.
away.
Permission requested. Run ESLint check with PNPM command. I read the Panda configuration TypeScript file and edited the button style block to add outline none and WebKit tap highlight color transparent, disabling the default outline during the active state and the WebKit tap highlight. I explained that the flash was caused by the transition animating the outline removal and the tap highlight, and the changes fixed both issues. Permission requested. Command to run lint check with limited output.
It works, but why aren't the... That was the point. The 30 minutes ago is in a different place, depending on it doesn't Not doing anything I asked it to do. There you go, you're done. It's done. I fixed it. Forward navigation doesn't keep scroll position. Yeah. Yep. Refresh also doesn't keep scroll position. Yep. I checked on the group page.
I explained that the manual scroll logic in layout TypeScript conflicted with React Router's scroll restoration, causing the page to scroll to the top on forward navigation and refresh while still working on back navigation. I suggested removing the manual scroll or limiting it to actual push navigations, and asked if they would like me to apply the fix. Permission requested. Run ESLint check command. I edited the layout TypeScript file, replacing the comment about scrolling with a note about closing search on escape and removing the manual scroll logic while keeping the direction hook for the data nav direction attribute. I explained that scroll restoration will now manage all scroll behavior. Permission requested. Run ESLint check using pnpm command. I edited the event content TypeScript JSX file to use the event object, removed the unused profile post time from the postcard styles TypeScript file, updated the ESLint configuration JavaScript file to ignore the styled system directory, and created a preterignore file. Then I ran a TypeScript check and an ESLint check, both of which passed. I also explained and applied consistent timestamp positioning across all post variants, added a time prop to profile group badge, and cleaned up related content components.
So I
ran the TypeScript compiler and ESLint checks, then fixed a pre-existing unused variable warning in event content, TypeScript JSX, by renaming it with a leading underscore. I also updated the ESLint configuration file, ESLint, config, JavaScript, and the design system rule file, ESLint/design system, JavaScript, migrated inline styles in detail page header, TypeScript JSX to Panda CSS, added a TS expect error comment in form elements. TypeScript JSX, added an ESLint disable comment in photo post page, TypeScript JSX, memoized mutual groupids in profile page, TypeScript JSX, and reorganized color settings panel, TypeScript JSX into src/components/dev/dev color settings panel, TypeScript JSX with an updated import in layout, TypeScript JSX. Final permission requested. Run ESLint check using pnpm. I updated the postcard styles TypeScript file to correct the margin definition, fixed the underscore prefix variable in the event content TypeScript JSX file, and added proper alignment and gap properties, created a more options button component with a vertical kebab icon, and updated post header and event content to use it, while removing the unused compact stats component and related styles. I then ran the TypeScript compiler and ESLint checks, confirming that all code now compiles and passes linting.
What the fuck is the point in planning anything? It works correctly now.
I edited the sidebar TypeScript file to add an on-click handler that smoothly scrolls to the top when the home link is clicked, and I updated the bottom tab bar TypeScript file to add a similar on-click handler for the home tab. I also modified the root TypeScript file to change the scroll restoration component to use the path name as its key instead of the default location key, preserving scroll position across page refreshes. I explained that this fixes the refresh issue because the default key changes on refresh, and noted the trade-off that only one scroll position per path is remembered.
So the scroll restoration is working on the home feed, but not the, I think, not really even working. Home feed works already. Because it statically so maybe this scroll restoration before the post rendered.
I explained that scroll restoration runs in the root layout before the root content renders, so the page must be tall enough for the scroll position, and I outlined 3 options: manual restoration in pages, deferred restoration using request animation frame, and CSS placeholder heights, concluding that the cleanest fix is a small hook that restores scroll after the component mounts. Want me to create a use scroll restore hook that saves scroll position on unmount keyed by path name, restores it after the component mounts via useLayout effect. This would replace the scroll restoration component with something that works with async content.
This postcard.
I added a new use scroll restore TypeScript hook that restores scroll after mount with double request animation frame, saves the position on unmount, and throttles periodic saves while scrolling. I edited the root TSX file to remove the scroll restoration import and component, and I updated the feed page TSX and group page TSX files to import and invoke use scroll restore. This change enables scroll positions to be preserved when navigating or refreshing group pages.
The reason you had that scroll on is because when you click on a post, scroll position, say from group feed, then when the post renders, you're scrolled bottom. But we don't really want to, if the user is using what was that called? What the work? Anything.
edited the navigation context TypeScript file to simplify its history tracking, replacing the complex index-based system with a direct, previous path approach that stores the back path on each push and retrieves it from session storage on refreshes and pops. I explained that this change ensures the back path for a post detail page like /g/Steinhaus/post/ one will correctly resolve to /g/Steinhaus, fixing the navigation issue.
Oh. Steinhaus, post, home, home, post. What is the order that breaks it? If you go what the order is? We're gonna go home. The order is home, post, group, if you go from home, post, group, post. You go home, post, post. Oh. Action.
I edited the navigation context TypeScript file to store a history index in history, state and implement proper push and pop handling, so the back path is always derived from the actual history stack. I explained that push now truncates forward history and adds the new path, pop checks adjacent entries and updates the index, and back path is always the entry before the current index, illustrating the behavior with a home right arrow post right arrow group right arrow post navigation sequence.
Huh. We go here, scroll down. There. Back. It's here. If I go here, scroll down. Seems like every scroll position. What a weird thing. These different variants.
The TypeScript hook file use scroll restore, adding a useref import and setting history scroll restoration to manual. Then updated the logic to use location key for unique scroll storage keys and to perform an immediate scroll restore with a backup post-render check, which should prevent the browser's built-in scroll restoration from interfering and fix the borrowing scroll issue.
Let's try. So if we go here, scroll down, there, back. The scroll restoration is navigate groups now, possibly.
Edited the useScrollRestore TypeScript file several times, first adjusting the import line, then combining two useLayoutEffect hooks and adding a prevLocationRef variable, and finally simplifying the storage to use pathname while still tracking navigation keys. I explained that the problem was caused by location.key changing on refresh and a race condition between the effects, and I fixed it by saving scroll before scrolling to top, using the location key for handling, and disabling the browser's scroll restoration. This should make refreshes and normal back-forward navigation work correctly, though repeated visits to the same pathname will share scroll position.
I see. Oop.
I start my day in silence.
I added a scroll restoration component to the root TypeScript file, removed the custom use scroll restore imports and calls from the feed page and group page TypeScript files, and stripped the manual history scroll restoration override from the use scroll restore TypeScript hook, commenting that the hook is now unused. I explained that the no hard-coded spacing rule exists, but only checks CSS, TS, and styles, TS files, not inline CSS, calls in TypeScript JSX files, and that the Panda CSS migration now places most styles inline in TypeScript JSX files where hard-coded pixel values are missed. I described how the rule should be extended to flag values like 16px and 10px inside CSS, calls while allowing Panda tokens such as for, MD, SM, and CSS functions like calc and
Works
var.
well.
Would you like me to extend the no hard-coded spacing rule to also check CSS, calls in TypeScript JSX files? edited the ESLint configuration JavaScript file to add an allowed paths option for dev pages. Then I ran ESLint on the src directory and counted the hard-coded spacing violations, finding 237 issues. I also explained a conversion reference, mapping common pixel values to Panda design tokens, and suggested options for handling the rule. I checked the configuration and confirmed the app is in SPA mode with a pre-render for the root path. Then I edited the feed page TypeScript and group page TypeScript files to import and invoke permission requested command to test regex pattern against various values. I explained that the current JavaScript regular expression only matches a single pixel value and therefore fails to flag compound values containing px. I proposed updating the pattern to a new regular expression that matches any pixel value. I edited feed page TypeScript, removing the scroll restore hook import and its call, and did the same in group page TypeScript. I added the scroll restore hook import and invocation to layout TypeScript, inserting it before the search state. I explained that moving the hook to layout centralizes the logic, and the double request animation frame delay should allow all page content to render before the scroll position is restored. I explained why scroll restoration fails when a component mounts with async data, because the page isn't tall enough when the double request. Permission requested. Command to test updated regex with compound values. I replaced this hard-coded spacing function with find hard-coded px values in the design system JavaScript file and adjusted the string literal check. I then ran node and pnpm commands to test the updated regex, counted the hard-coded spacing violations, increasing from 237 to 331, and displayed example compound value catches. Would you like me to downgrade to warning for now? I explained that React router loaders block navigation until the data loads, keeping the previous page visible while the loader fetches posts, and then rendering the root with the data already available so scroll restoration works correctly. I showed how to display a pending UI such as a progress bar by using the use navigation hook in a layout or header component. I also contrasted the loader pattern, which fetches before rendering, with a use effect pattern that renders first and then fetches, causing scroll restoration to fail. Permission requested. Command to get file-by-file ESLint violation counts. I explained that using loaders with React routers scroll restoration means the root waits for data before rendering, so scroll restoration always sees a fully rendered page, and you can likely remove the custom use scroll restore on refresh hook, though keeping it as a safety net doesn't hurt. Permission requested. Command to get ESLint violation counts per file in JSON
simple
format.
task. Because getting old, Miss Webb. Old.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode to fix hard-coded spacing values in multiple UI and layout components.
Compound pad. Fuck, we got. Out today, I'm gonna do the answer. I think while this is running, I guess it just Sunday, huh? I wonder if I'll hit my limit this week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday afternoon. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I have 3.5 days. I'm basically halfway through the week and I'm at 67%. We'll see. I'll probably take a day off here. Go to the store and stuff. Like I know Tuesday or Wednesday I have some hard drives coming in that I gotta go pick up.
Using PNPF.
the time avatar to be more consistent. I hate how inconsistent the naming is of these files. Makes it so hard to remember what they're called. Because it just does whatever the fuck it thinks in the moment. Consistent.
I edited the photo post page TypeScript file to replace the author section with a post header that includes an avatar, clickable username, timestamp, and more options button. I ran the TypeScript compiler check and confirmed that the code compiles without errors. I explained that both photo post page and event detail page now use action button for like, comment, and share actions, making them consistent with post detail page.
Going active date for that button is currently gray instead of the accent gradient. Then with the send button on the for the getting more consistent. Nice. That way, even if something's small and it gets bigger, like this is the small version, things kind of line up still at least. Just not. Weird. Work on that. Love it. Should be doing this type of thing with Panda. We are definitely going to hit our limit today. I really don't want to pay $200 a month, because the thing with this too is like you don't even know how much usage you're actually getting, which is pretty fucked. Like they can just change it arbitrarily and then make you pay more. Or like if you've been a member longer, they could just lower it over time so that you're like obligated to pay more. It's going to be so bad once these companies actually have to start reining in the costs. It's so frustrating too because they're so inefficient at how the models run and how they're designed and everything. They could easily get huge efficiency gains. I mean, not easily, but if it were easy, they would have done right. But just there are clearly efficiency gains that are not there yet. And so it's just like in the meantime, you have to just pay the costs. Pretty annoying. And of course you could just not use them until the efficiency gains are there and it's cheap and they're good. But it's kind of like if self-driving cars were coming out and you had to pay, you're a driver, like a truck driver, and you have to pay $100,000 for like an okay self-driving truck system. And you know in like 5 years or 10 years there's going to be like a $500 version that's better. So you're a truck driver and you need to pay it because otherwise you're not going to be competitive with the other truck drivers. I mean, you can keep doing what you're doing already, but the value will go down of what you can deliver relative to others, and so presumably people would pay you less. But you know, in like 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a much cheaper, better version that everyone's going to have access to. And the difference between the best version and the okay version are probably not going to be very large. So in that case, I don't know, being distracted. All these changes. Basically that they're pretty inefficient, and some amount of time they're not going to be inefficient, but also you kind of have to pay it in the meantime, which is annoying. A lot like computers in the 80s or whatever. You could have just waited 10 years or 20 years and not bought giant computers that fill up the entire room if you were some kind of company. But the thing is that you as a company, you're competing with all the other companies, right? So like, it just depends. Can you get by without it? You know, could you make do with less? And wait until the correct times to buy. There's always some, like inflection points where it's the best time to buy something. The thing with these things is you can't even buy them outright, so you just kind of get screwed.
Chat messages, chat input, not found page, and settings page. To replace the background token with the BG gradient property, ran TypeScript compilation checks, grepped for any remaining instances of the old pattern, and confirmed the code compiles without errors. I also explained that using BG gradient accent is the correct Panda CSS way to apply gradient semantic tokens, ensuring the accent gradient displays properly in both light and dark modes.
What is The event seems to be using a different comment section. The padding. Up.
I edited the event detail page TypeScript file to replace the comment input background with BG neutral, removed unused style definitions, and updated the JSX for the comment section to match the structure used in post detail page and photo post page. I then ran the TypeScript compiler, which succeeded, confirming that the comment section now shares the same styling patterns, uses a send button, a placeholder avatar, and renders mock comments with the comment component.
I don't mean make them look the same. Don't say I'll use a shared component for this. Good. Good. Oops. To the wrong one. Can you update the use our design system? It's funny because, like, I don't know that I would need the $200 a month plan for Claude Code right now if I wasn't doing this front end stuff. Because this front end stuff is just there's just so much code. Like when I'm doing the infrastructure stuff, there's just no way I'm refactoring stuff all the time. There's not a bunch of different ways to do things really. But yeah, on the front end stuff, it's a mess. Also make sure our is hard. Seems like you did about 7.5 values of this. These don't exist, and we need to run them for it. You also did 4.5, maybe 7, etc. We only have a
Permission requested. Run ESLint check for happy groups. Permission requested. Run ESLint check for happy groups.
Didn't use fucking. What a pain. Didn't use the design.
I edited the event detail page TypeScript JSX file to replace the inline comments markup with a post comments section component. And I made similar updates to the photo post page and post detail page TypeScript JSX files to remove duplicate mock comment data and use the shared post comment section. I then ran the TypeScript compiler and ESLint checks, both of which passed without errors. I explained that all 3 detail pages now share the same post comment section component, which uses the design system's avatar, badge, and button components.
Why does it do this every single? Damn.
replaced the padding values in the photo post page TypeScript JSX, event detail page TypeScript JSX, and settings page TypeScript JSX files, verified that all invalid fractional values were corrected, and then ran the TypeScript compiler and ESLint check, which both passed without any hard-coded spacing violations. Permission requested. Run ESLint check command.
Give myself an aneurysm.
I read the input component TypeScript JSX file to understand its wrapper limitations. Then I edited the post comments section TypeScript JSX file to replace the import statements and integrate the card component as the container. After that, I ran a TypeScript type check and an ESLint linting pass, and I confirmed that post comment section now uses the card, avatar, badge, button, input, and comment design system components, with only a few custom layout styles remaining.
And we're not supposed to be using things like it. Because then things they look at the you create an agent and that explains practicing this as well as
Permission requested. Run ESLint check command. I updated the event detail page TypeScript JSX file by fixing the class name reference, correcting the component closing tags, removing the isDark usage and inline style tag, and moving hover and active states into Panda CSS styles. I then created an agents MD Markdown file with development guidelines and ran TypeScript and ESLint checks to verify the changes. I explained the styling adjustments and the new guidelines.
And confirm that it's correct, valid, full, and
I edited the agents markdown file, replacing some headings and adding new sections on the color system with the use-adjusted color hook, spacing tokens, and using CVA for components with variants. I explained the new spacing token rules, including the prohibition of hard-coded pixel values and the use of padding X and padding Y, noting that these changes addressed hundreds of violations. The existing content was left unchanged.
need to take a look at use plan mode term in there is correct. Our current code base, find any inconsistencies. We can address those. No. Oh, fuck. Stop. Wrong agents MD. Happy group. No, no, no. Confirm what's in there is correct and Bath. It's just not doing the first thing I ask you to do. Okay, I gotta fucking do this differently. I can't. Cool. That should work.
Permission requested. Command to list directories with more than 2 TypeScript or TSX files. Permission requested. Command to list and display contents of specific TypeScript and TSX files. Permission requested, exit plan mode. I edited the agents, MD Markdown file to replace a heading, update a code snippet path, and adjust a type definition. Then I read the file to verify the changes. I added new sections on flash prevention, navigation and routing, context architecture, and known violations, and improved the styling with Panda CSS and file organization sections, expanding the document from roughly 278 lines to roughly 507 lines with practical guidance.
The markdown indicate that we should basically for these there's says you need different versions.
I edited the markdown file at home/jordangarside/kiwi research/kiwi/app/happy.groups agents. MD, replacing the use semantic tokens, heading with every color must handle both themes, and updating the guidance to require that every color, text, background, border, shadow, etc. handle both light and dark themes, adding explicit rules, bad examples, and a suggestion to add semantic tokens when repeating the same light-dark pairs. edited the agent's markdown file and added a new subsection titled Extend the Design System when needed, which encourages adding semantic tokens to Panda. Config TypeScript for repeated color patterns, creating new UI components for reusable patterns, and adding variants to existing components via CVA. I also highlighted the key message: don't work around missing tokens or components, extend the system. I explained that the current rule only checks CSS, TS, and styles. TS files allows OKLCH values, flags only hex colors, and doesn't verify dark mode variants, and I described how I would modify the rule to also apply to TSX files, flag any direct color value that isn't wrapped in a base, dark, object, and still allow known semantic tokens. Would you like me to apply these updates? Permission requested. Run ESLint to test new rules in the happy.groups directory. Permission requested. Command to format and run ESLint tests. Permission requested. Command to format and rerun ESLint. I replaced the definition of no is dark styling in the design system JavaScript file, formatted the files with prettier, and reran ESLint, which reported 50 remaining violations across several rules. I explained that I updated the no hard-coded colors rule, added no barrel exports and no is dark styling rules, and updated the agent's MD documentation. Would you like me to fix any of these violations, or is this the level of enforcement you wanted? Permission requested. Ask user question about settings page theme preview colors. Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Yeah. So now I could take iPad. Cheaper tablets. I think I might actually reset. So I have this kind of cheap Android tablet I got for like $100. These Samsung A tablets are kind of garbage now. They used to be a decent, but Samsung really cheaped out on the hardware for them. I mean, like the body feels nice and the screen is okay, but the processor is just so bad. Um, so I have another one of these that I also got for $100, and on that one I never installed the Google Play Store, and I just removed as much as I could, and I set up. I forget what the store name is. There's a store that you can install on Android that lets you download any of the free Android apps without having to log into your Google account. And I find it's that tablet's a lot faster because it just doesn't have anything running in the background, so it's actually it's okay. It's not good. But I'd really like just kind of a couple iPads, but it's so hard to find them. Is my microphone not working? What's happening? Oh, weird. Because I'm doing VNC, I can no longer see the my prompter screen. Here, let me just increase the frame rate in real VNC, reduce the picture. Yeah, Moonlight. Work on See, it switched my keyboard back. We gotta do something. Oh, fuck. Oh, nope. Oh, now everything's messed up. Uh-oh. I can't see anything. Used to. It's just everything. This. You see. Okay. Nice string. Gotta do. About my audio. Audio here. But we have no audio capture. I gotta do. There we go. Now music's back. Back. Okay. Now Claude was asking for some permission. What do I make? Yeah, why does this say screen?
Permission requested. Run ESLint to verify all fixes in the Kiwi app.
I don't know why this one becomes the one that's extended when I clearly say here that the main display is the prompter. Weird. I don't know.
Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript check. Permission requested. Final ESLint verification command.
Back in action.
I merged duplicate gradients in the Panda. Config TypeScript file, added new semantic tokens, regenerated the Panda CSS styled system, and updated profile page TypeScript JSX, tag page TypeScript JSX, and theme toggle TypeScript JSX to use the new tokens and remove runtime is dark styling. I then ran the TypeScript checks and final ESLint verification, confirming that there are 0 ESLint violations. The TypeScript code compiles cleanly, and the Panda CSS code generation completes without warnings.
Is our
I edited the agent's markdown file to update the known violations section, removing the entry for group badge TypeScript JSX file, and adding entries for layout TypeScript JSX, conversation panel TypeScript JSX, group chat panel TypeScript JSX, and profile dropdown TypeScript JSX with details about the isDark prop usage. And I added a note that development files are intentionally excluded from lint. I also verified the ESLint configuration JavaScript file for the settings page exclusion. The document now accurately reflects the current state of technical debt.
Stuff.
I explained that the ESLint check now passes with 0 errors, but the remaining issues still cause a flash of wrong content and aren't caught by the lint rules, so they're documented as technical debt. I offered to either fix them now by updating the relevant TypeScript files or leave them as documented debt, and asked if you'd like me to proceed with the fixes. I explained the fix options for the form elements TypeScript component, the conversation panel and group chat panel TypeScript components, and the profile dropdown TypeScript component, recommending 2 explicit SVG data URIs with a dark condition for the select arrow, moving theming logic into the panel and overlay components for the panels, and either adding a semantic token or using an inline dark style for the dropdown shadow and border.
One. Save it. this works. Many things. Yeah.
Permission requested. Regenerate Panda CSS and run ESLint checks. I edited the profile dropdown styles TypeScript file to add a border bottom token, removed the isDark usage and adjusted imports in the profile dropdown TypeScript JSX file, and updated the agents markdown file to replace the known violations section with a lint exclusion section. I regenerated Panda CSS, ran ESLint and a TypeScript compilation check, and confirmed that ESLint reported 0 errors and the TypeScript code compiled successfully.
Okay, we have an agent's MD. Have streaming set up. What's funny is the latency is only in video. The mouse input is instant. Like I'm using the trackpad on my iPad, and it feels like I'm using a trackpad on my. I mean, there's no perceivable whatsoever. But yeah, watching it on the screen, I can see. Work hit. Yeah, I gotta. Big time. It's good. 4K FPS. So going for 1080. Maybe it's just the Mac. That feels a bit of a delay. I want it to feel good. The mouse is so accurate. If I could just Moonlight goes Control Alt Shift F. Video stream 1080p codec. Frame drop. Average network latency 5 milliseconds. Yeah, there's more than 5. Like. Yeah, there's like 100 mil. It's saying network only has 5 milliseconds of latency, but I don't know why. There's like 100. There's no frames being dropped. It's something to do with the processing itself. It's still better than, substantially better than VNC. But... Bump up. Is that? Huh. Kinda cool. You can just post? Oh, you have to log in. Never seen that. Press yeah. 200 milliseconds. Yep. So what does this do? I think this was fixed. I don't know how he gets low. slow. Man, it's so close to. Dark. I should mess with this stuff because I'm gonna run out of tokens. They could lower the frame. Yeah, 720p. Yeah, I just want to get the latency down. 360p feels okay. Not perfect, but put that. Animals. We got 3 more hours, so yeah, go feed the animals. I can come back, do a little bit of work. Hopefully not hit my limit till the end, although I'm gonna hit this weekly limit. It's a problem. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Maybe I could subscribe to the $200 a month plan just for the rest of this month. I don't know. Maybe I should just stay subscribed while I'm doing stuff. Once I hit the limit. Or I could just take... HTC. I don't know. I don't know if that's usable. Let me try. I would try the ins. Messed up some. I won't do that right now. Is this it? I don't know. There's no configuration in here I see to make it any fast. It was worse. That is better. That's so much better. Hold on. Oh, it's using a lot more CPU. But yeah. Step it up to. Well. Yeah, I mean, pretty fun. Perfect. I think I'll take that. Better than anything else. Yep. Uses a lot of CPU, but it's fine. 1080p. And there's what? Okay, let's test our latency again. Not good. Now I need to hide this on this. Can you just go into it? $22 versus 277, so there's 50 millisecond difference roughly. 50 milliseconds away. It's not as bad as it before. All right, 50 milliseconds latency, totally fine for programming. I could definitely hook my keyboard up for that. Let's see.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen.
No, I have dongle. You go grab a dongle. Dongle? See if our keyboard works. Okay. Now if I... Is there a way... The like home keys stuff don't work on Mac OS. Multi-finger gestures. Moonlight. Question is, how do I... Hmm. Convert the modifier key. Modifier. Really need... I really need to be able to do this, as well as this. Or I can add another shortcut for it. But why do the... I think the control keys don't work because it's going through iPad OS, and iPad OS isn't. Isn't letting the operating system capture keys. Isn't letting the... what just happened? Moonlight on try. Let me try. But the Android tablet doesn't have table scale. What a pain. Nice if it. Oh, frick. Its keyboard doesn't have a rechargeable battery. Double A's, I guess. Right, so back a bit. Up. All right. Let's see. Design. That. How does music stop again? I don't know. Um.
Permission requested. Command to run ESLint for design system compliance. Permission requested. Command to format edited files with Prettier. Permission requested. Command to run ESLint on post detail page photo, post page and event detail page. Permission requested. Command to verify ESLint passes for detail pages. Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript type checking. I ran the ESLint design system linter, formatted the edited TypeScript files with prettier, updated the Panda configuration TypeScript file and the photo post page TypeScript file to add new semantic tokens, then reran the linter, regenerated the Panda CSS, and verified TypeScript type checking passed. I added full screen control hover, full screen border subtle, full screen text, and full screen indicator tokens, and replaced numerous hard-coded colors, transitions, shadows, and borders with these tokens across the post detail page, photo post page, and event detail page TypeScript files. All 3 detail pages now comply with the design system, and the app builds successfully.
We're gonna hit our limit. Time to
Permission requested. Ask user about ESLint rule enhancement scope. Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Run ESLint on happy.groups. Permission requested. Command to format modified files with prettier. Permission requested. Run ESLint on happy.groups. I ran TypeScript type checking and ESLint, formatted the modified pages with prettier, and created then removed a temporary test file to verify the new ESLint rule. I refactored event detail page TypeScript JSX and photo post page TypeScript JSX to wrap sections in a card component, and I enhanced the design system JavaScript ESLint rule to detect card like CSS patterns and suggest using a card component. All checks passed successfully. I identified that the sidebars were using an invalid spacing token top 18, which conflicted with the defined Panda CSS tokens and caused them to scroll under the 52 pixel header. I edited the sidebar TypeScript file and the right sidebar TypeScript file, replacing top 18 with a valid value of 72px to account for the header height plus layout padding. This correction ensures the sidebars remain sticky below the header. edited the layout token's TypeScript file to keep the constants consistent, then updated the sidebar TypeScript component and the right sidebar TypeScript component to use those layout tokens instead of hard-coded values. I also replaced the fixed widths and positions with calc expressions that derive from the header height and layout padding, so any change to the header automatically keeps the sidebars in sync. I added CSS custom properties for layout dimensions in the global styles of the Panda. Config TypeScript file, defining layout header height as 52 pixels, layout padding as 20 pixels, and layout sidebar top as the sum of those. I then updated the sidebar TypeScript JSX component and the right sidebar TypeScript JSX component to use fixed widths of 190 pixels and 220 pixels respectively, and to position them with top set to var, layout sidebar top. I explained that a development server restart may be required for the changes to take effect. searched the codebase for the profile hero gradient token and examined the Panda configuration to see how gradients are defined. I discovered that there is no BG gradient utility in the config, so I edited the profile page TypeScript file to replace BG gradient profile hero with a background image declaration that includes the gradient values inline. I explained that using background image follows the standard Panda pattern and avoids issues with the var hero color variable not being processed correctly. I explained that the no barrel exports rule only reports when a file re-exports from multiple source files. So a single module re-export, such as an index file, that only re-exports pageAnimate is allowed. I also described why barrel files that aggregate many modules are flagged due to bundler and tree shaking issues. edited the navigation context TypeScript file to replace the useState import with useMemo and adjust the imports accordingly. Then I ran the TypeScript compiler to confirm that the fix passes type checking. I explained that the change moves history state updates to a layout effect, so the navigation direction is computed synchronously during render while mutations are deferred, which resolves the issue with module level state in React strict mode. Permission requested. Command to run lint on the happy.groups application. I fixed 6 TypeScript JSX files: back button, detail page header, settings page, event detail page, photo post page, and form elements. By changing the border definitions from a missing base value to a transparent one, so the layout stays consistent in both light and dark modes. Verified that no other instances of the problematic pattern remained, and ran the lint command to confirm the changes were valid.
The frustrating part is you don't have separate allocation between Claude Code and just asking questions. Like, I wish I could just reserve a 5% buffer or something. Because sometimes I just like want to ask a question, and I can't do that once I use up all my allocation. I'll stop here. Get back an hour. I'll probably go sauna, maybe do a little bit of work after that. But I'm gonna end the stream here. I think there's a lot of stuff has been cleaned up. A lot of the styles are improved, and the code is shared. We have some new lint rules, but yeah, this stuff needs to get fixed. That's how it was before, and now it has like the heart and the comment and share. I gotta think about this. wonder if I will get an event. Let's see how the cards look different. Change it. Yeah, I do wonder if all the buttons should be over here. I don't know. I would probably make it over here. I gotta think about that some. Yeah, we have the consistent daytime at least across all the cards. And the rest of this looks basically the same. Let's move this over here. We made the buttons a little bit smaller. Crazy. Let's also look at photo pages. Something's weird with border radius here. Yes, maybe this one. This just looks. Border radius on photo detail. Here, so it's in this. These are consistent now, at least. Need to make. I wonder if comments should be in a single card like this. It doesn't feel like it matches the rest of the UI. It feels like they should be their own cards. We gotta think about what it looks like when you have, like, say, 50 comments or something, because otherwise this card just keeps expanding. Probably they should be there. To look at the basically. I do button. Needs to be lighter. For attending events, the who's showing needs a lighter hover background. And if we're keeping the translate needs similar UI in common on profile. Yeah, they all have the buttons. I want to check. Yeah, this is a totally custom event. Profile page event card needs to be part of card. All right, I'm gonna stop here. The only thing I don't like about this kind of like refreshing going to the top thing is that you lose your position. If you would just scroll down a ton, it would be really annoying. I think I got. Like this is fine because you know for sure. Implement tags to mobile UI. Okay. All right. That is it. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I didn't have to. That. What else? I hit my limit with Claude Code, so I'm done for now. I'll probably do some more later, but thanks for watching. Catch you later.